We greet you tonight from PNC Park in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania for Chicago Cubs baseball on WCIU and Cubsnet. And after a postponement in St. Louis last night due to the tragic death of Cardinals pitcher Josh Hancock, the Cubs resume their road trip tonight here in Pittsburgh. And welcome to Cubs baseball. I'm Len Casper. Yesterday was not an easy day for the Cubs and the Cardinals. Of course, their game was postponed after the car accident that killed Josh Hancock of the Cardinals. But you have to move on, and for the Cardinals, they're in Milwaukee tonight. The Cubs here in Pittsburgh, and as Lou Piniella said, it's a tragedy, but you just have to play a ball game tonight. And as I bring Bob Brenly in, nobody's really prepared for anything like this, but professionally, you just have to move on. Yeah, unfortunately, it's a reality of the game. You have to move on, and the day off yesterday means that Lou Piniella will alter his rotation a little bit. We had talked about Angel Guzman coming up to pitch tomorrow in this series. That won't be necessary now. But Lou has mentioned maybe Guzman would come up over the weekend to pitch a ball game so he could split up the two lefties in the rotation. It'll be Ted Lilly tomorrow, not tonight. Rich Hill, who was supposed to go last night, will pitch instead tonight, and he's been really good to start this season. Yeah, Rich Hill, 4 outstanding starts to begin the season. Then he had a little bit of a speed bump last time, but still the numbers were not that bad. Pitched into the 7th inning, gave up only 6 hits and 4 runs. And like I said, if that's the worst you're going to see from Rich Hill, you'll take that every time. The Cubs' win streak is at 3 games. They hope to make it 4 tonight. It's the best stretch of baseball they've played. Well, and they've been putting it all together. The pitching's been very good. The defense has been very good. And they've been hitting and scoring runs. And when you have that combination of everything coming together, that figures to be some kind of a winning streak. The win on Friday night, the Cubs won by 2 runs. It was really the first close game they had won all year. But actually, the numbers are a little bizarre, home and road. Very similar numbers, home and road, even though the records wouldn't indicate that. I think it comes down to timely hits. When do you get those base hits? When do you get the big knocks? When do you make the big plays defensively? And so far, the Cubs have done it more regularly on the road. Left-hander Zach Duke will get the start for the Pirates. It's the Cubs and the Bucks coming up from PNC Park. Should be a great night for baseball.
Brought to you by Budweiser, the perfect balance of flavor and refreshment. Open up a world of taste. Your Chicagoland Dodge dealers. The Illinois Lottery. No matter how you play, play the Illinois Lottery. Have a ball. By Pepsi. Your world, your Pepsi. And by Southwest Airlines. Whether you're traveling for business or pleasure, Southwest can get you there with over 3,000 nonstop daily flights to over 60 destinations. Visit southwest.com today.
Should be a great night here tonight. Very comfortable temperatures. There are still tickets available. The Pirates averaging under 19,000 per game, but when you've had 14 consecutive losing seasons, it's going to take some time. The Pirates right now a game better than the Cubs. They come in third place in the division. They're a game under 500 at 11-12. The Cubs at 10-13, but playing very solid baseball. They have won 3 in a row. Now let's check in on Lou Pinella's Cubs Pepsi lineup. Pepsi, your world, your Pepsi. Alfonso Soriano starts it in left. He has a 9-game hitting streak. Ryan Terrio's at short. Lee Ramirez, Matt Merton, who's had great numbers against Zach Duke. Michael Barrett's a catcher. Mark DeRosa's at second. Felix P.A. in center, and Rich Hill looking for his first knock.
Take a look at the Pirates defensively. Jason Bay, Chris Duffy, Ryan Doman across the outfield. Jose Batista at third base. Jack Wilson at shortstop. Freddie Sanchez, last year's National League batting title winner, at second base. Adam LaRoche came over from the Atlanta Braves. Playing first base, Ronnie Paulina behind home plate today, and he'll be catching the left-hander Zach Duke. Duke off to a little bit of a slow start this year. He's had 2 real rocky outings. One against the San Francisco Giants. He went 2 innings, gave up 7 hits and 7 runs. Another against the Brewers when he went 4 innings, gave up 11 hits and 7 runs. You see his numbers on the season. Not a big-time strikeout pitcher. He pitches to contact. Needs his defense to make plays behind him.
So Duke getting ready, and the umpiring crew, you may have heard about this crew. They were involved with that bizarre game, the Orioles and the Indians, on a Saturday. You had a tag-up play, and had a run taken away, but a few innings later they gave it to the Orioles, and that game has been protested by Eric Wedge, the Indians manager. We're underway as Soriano fouls off. 1 strike on the Cubs leadoff hitter.
First pitch of the game takes a bite out of Ronnie Paulino behind the plate. It's been a rough start for Paulino as well. Done a pretty good job of throwing out base runners. However, he's got 2 pass balls and 4 errors already this season.
Here comes the lefty Duke, who was their opening day starter. And 2 strikes on Soriano.
The catcher got hit with the first pitch of the game, and Ed Montague, the home plate umpire, got hit with the second pitch of the game. Not a good night to be wearing the catcher's gear. Paulino out to the mound to give Eddie Montague a little time to regroup back there behind the plate. Looks like everybody's good to go.
Here comes the 0-2 pitch, and Alfonso just nicked it. It was a slow curveball from Zach Duke.
1-2 this season. ERA just under 7. Opponents, righties and lefties, really hitting well against Zach Duke in the early going this year.
There's a fly ball slicing out of play.
Good night to chase foul balls here at PNC Park.
Well, there's a lot of room to roam.
Room to roam.
Just missed. Terrio and then Derek Lee to follow here in the opening inning. Yes, Saturday, Orioles and Indians. Baltimore was ahead 2-1 in the 3rd inning. So they had runners at first and third. Ramon Hernandez lined out to center. The runner from third scored. There's a ground ball to short. Jack Wilson will throw on and retire Soriano. They ended up doubling off the runner at first, but the guy from third had scored already. That run should count. But they determined at the time that it didn't count. Marvin Hudson was the home plate umpire. He waved off the run. The Indians later scored in the 5th to tie it up, but it was announced in the bottom of the 6th that the run in the 3rd for Baltimore counted. So that gave the Orioles a 3-2 lead. So mass confusion. And I liked how Ed Montague, the crew chief, handled it. Basically said, you know, we had to get it right. Even though we got it wrong initially, we got it right eventually. And I'll be curious to see how the Indians' protest works out if, in fact, they go back to that point and replay the rest of the ball game.
Yeah, we were talking about it. a run here and there so changes the game of baseball, whether you have a lead or if it's a tie ball game or you're behind by a run. You never really know what would have transpired after the fact, as Terrio makes a bid for a base hit to right field, taken away by Freddie Sanchez. Little soft liner. 2 down. Yeah, it might change the way you manage a ball game, might change the way you use your hitters in certain situations, may change your pinch hitters or how you use your bullpen as you get one more look. Terrio lining out to second base. So it is what it is, and Ed Montague said we had to get it right, and you can't really worry about what might have happened.
1-0 on Derek Lee, coming in at .391, second in the National League. He has reached in all 23 games. And a hitter's count for Derek, 2 balls, no strikes. If he gets on, former Pirate Aramis Ramirez will get a chance. And he drives that ball deep to right, sending Ryan Domit back, and it will be off the wall. They call that the Clemente wall, 21 feet high, in honor of the late Hall of Famer Roberto Clemente. And Derek Lee found it, and he has been a doubles machine. That's number 14 on the year for Derek.
Well, if he scoots that ball over about 10 feet further toward center field, he's got a home run instead of a double. Well, nice piece of hitting on the 2-0 count. Doesn't try to pull the ball. Got a fastball up and out over the plate. Just went with it. We've seen Aramis Ramirez do that in the early going as well this year. And you see it's right there just to the right of the 375. A few feet further over to the left, it might sneak over the fence for a home run.
Runner at second and a first pitch strike on Ramirez. So Derek Lee has a double in each of his last 6 games. I think he wants to hit 400 in April. This is his final chance tonight. He went in at .391. Ramirez with 36 career home runs here at PNC, former member of the Pirates. And a base hit into left. Lee's going to be sent around by Mike Quaddy. Jason Bay with a pretty good arm, but the throw is up the line and late. And the Cubs lead 1-0. A 2-out RBI single for Ramirez against his former club. And the Cubs strike first.
Cash him in. We talked about timely hitting at the top of the show, and the Cubs coming up with it here in the first inning. Derek Lee with a 2-out double, promptly driven home by Aramis Ramirez with his clean single into left field, base throw offline and late at the plate. Boy, what a difference it is to have a number 3 hitter in the lineup who can run.
Oh yeah.
There's a lot of 3 hitters around baseball that wouldn't have been able to score from second base on that clean single into left field.
Check swing strike. He went around, according to Ed Montague. Matt Merton getting the start in right. 2 lefties in the lineup. The 8 and 9 hitters, Felix P.A., the center fielder, and the pitcher Rich Hill.
P.A. getting the start here, even though he's a lefty against the left-handed pitching Zach Duke, because of the spacious outfield here at PNC Park. A lot of room, especially in the gaps.
Tapped, and the pitcher Duke made a nice play. He'll fire and get Merton. 2-out double, and then the single by Ramirez. The Cubs get a run. The Pirates coming up against Rich Hill. Tracy's Pirates lineup. They line up this way. Chris Duffy in center. Jack Wilson, the veteran shortstop. Freddie Sanchez, a reigning National League batting champ, coming in at 206. Jason Bay can hurt you in a lot of ways. Domitz in right. Batista at third. Adam LaRoche, the former Brave, at first. And the battery, Paulino and Duke.
Take a look at the Cubs defensively. Brought to you by Pepsi, your world, your Pepsi. Soriano, PA, and Merton across the outfield tonight. Ramirez, Terrio, DeRosa, and Lee across the infield. Michael Baird behind the plate once again for the left-hander Rich Hill. Hill coming off his worst outing of the year, and as we said in the open, if that's the worst you can get from Rich Hill, you'll take it all year long. He was just so good his first 3 starts of the season. I think he spoiled everybody a little bit and came back down to earth, was more human last time out. You see his numbers on the season. Only 14 base hits in nearly 29 innings pitched.
That's pretty good. You give up a hit every 2 innings. You'll gladly take that and then some. Opponent's hitting 146 against Hill. This is his PNC debut. A couple of starts last year, and he won one of those starts and had a 1.26 ERA against the Pirates. So facing a left-handed hitting Chris Duffy to start it. Fastball a little bit away as Rich works quickly. It's 3-1. Pirates are struggling to score runs. They're 14th in the National League.
As with any team, it's good to keep the leadoff man off base, but especially Chris Duffy with this Pirates ball club. They don't run very much. Only 12 stolen bases attempted all season. 7 of those have come from Chris Duffy. 5 stolen bases, been caught twice.
Former Cub Jim Tracy in his second year running the Pirates says PA going back on it, and he has it. There's a lot of room in the outfield, especially in left center field, and Felix PA right off the bat had to cover some of that ground, but he looked comfortable, didn't he?
He really did. I'll tell you, it's such a remarkable difference when you see a guy who's playing out of position or a non-natural outfielder as opposed to somebody like Felix PA, who's been doing this his whole life. A lot of room to roam out there. Ball was kind of tailing back to his right. Able to make the adjustment, backpedal a couple steps, and turn that into a fairly easy play.
So here's Jack Wilson. He has a new double play partner this year, Freddie Sanchez, who made the move from third base to second as the Pirates made room on their infield for Jose Bautista, who's now playing the hot corner every day. And the odd man out has been Jose Castillo, who used to be their everyday second baseman.
Well, changing partners apparently hasn't hurt Jack Wilson at all. They lead the majors, I believe, in double plays with 31. Generally, you get a new double play partner. There's a certain adjustment period until you get used to each other's timing and where you like the ball on pivots, depending on how hard the ball is hit. But Jack Wilson, one of the best in baseball at turning 2 up the middle.
And Jose Castillo just trying to find time to get in there. He did early in the year. Freddie Sanchez began the season on the DL but came back just a few games in. Lined into left, and it'll hold up for Soriano, who makes the catch. So 2 outs in the inning. And here comes Sanchez. So in this ball game tonight, the last 2 National League batting champs. Derek Lee won it in 05, and it was Sanchez last year.
Sanchez struggling in the early going this year. And we remember him last year. It seems like the majority of his base hits came to the right side of the field. And with that in mind, Felix PA playing almost straight away in center, but Matt Merton shaded a couple steps over toward the line and shallow in right field. DeRosa a couple steps to his left, trying to plug that hole on the right side. Yeah, that inside out swing, he'd take pitches away from him and drive him to right field. He'd take pitches inside and drive him to right field. Really a struggle against the righties in the early going.
Here's a pitch by Hill. It's a waist-high strike. Sanchez with a quick look at Ed Montague, but he gave Hill that high strike, and that's what you like to see with Rich on the mound. He will work up in the zone, particularly with his fastball. Ground ball in the hole, stopped by Terrio, and it'll be an infield hit for Freddie Sanchez. The Pirates are pretty good in that department. Infield base hits.
Kind of an odd awkward dive after this ball by Ryan Theriot, and then he has trouble getting to his feet and planning before making the throw. And right there, his feet kind of came out from underneath him, and rather than risk an errant throw across the infield, he just decides to hang on to it.
That's the Pirates' 27th infield base hit. They came in one behind Milwaukee for the National League lead. The Cubs, by the way, have the fewest, only 11 infield base hits. Jason Bay pops it up on the first pitch. Theriot calling, backing up and catching. After one from Pittsburgh, it's 1-0 Cubs. Home games on weekdays in May, even in the Bud Light bleachers. To purchase tickets, visit Cubs.com. Call 1-800-THE-CUBS or visit the Wrigley Field box office. Len and Bob and our Cubs net crew from Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. Cubs won the 2 games in St. Louis. And they come into this one tonight against the Pirates having lost 6 of 7 to Pittsburgh. Last year they lost the season series for the first time since 2000. And they were just 2-4 in this park. So they'll try to change that up tonight.
Michael Barrett still looking for his first base hit against Zach Duke in their respective careers. 0 for 10. When you see a number like that, my natural inclination is to look at the backup catcher, see how Henry does. Henry, very limited action, 1 for 5 against Zach Duke. But you'd much prefer to have your starting catcher in there for Rich Hill, guy that he's worked with his first 4 starts this season.
Inside corner strike.
Really, excuse me, Len, the only big surprise in the lineup, or not in the lineup tonight, rather, is Ronnie Cedeno, who's 7 for 16. That's a .438 batting average against Zach Duke. He's a guy that possibly could have snuck in there at shortstop tonight, as Michael Barrett now 0 for 11 lifetime against Zach Duke. The first strikeout, however. Big breaking ball on the back door. Duke will cut the ball in on the righties. He'll sink it away from right-handers. Has a big over-the-top curve ball. Works from the far first base side of that rubber.
And a 2-hopper right at Sanchez, and DeRosa is thrown out by his counterpart. So 2 quick outs, bringing up Felix P.A.
Big at bat early in the game for Felix P.A. We talk about it all the time, getting that pitcher spot out of the way if at all possible. If P.A. could find a way to reach with 2 outs here in the second inning, get Rich Hill to the plate, you'd roll around to the top of the order starting the third.
Felix with his first home run in the big leagues Friday night. It was a big one. 2-run shot. Sent the Cubs out in front 4-1. It was a big 4-run 4th inning. They would win 5-3. Ouch. Ooh. Thank goodness he has that protection on the front leg. This one wasn't foul. He hit it out.
The only person needed protection on this were the fans sitting out there in the bleachers. Got it up in the front row. He was fired up as he streaked around the bases.
Boy, it looked like he was so excited he kind of smacked Derek. He was trying to give him a high five in his exuberance. Maybe caught him a little bit. That's okay.
That's all right. Once,
right. And a base hit into left for PA, so that'll bring Hill to the plate. You know, we joke about that, Bob, but there have been examples of injuries suffered during celebrations. Sometimes after walk-off wins, guys get just pounded on the helmet, jumping around. You kind of have to be careful sometimes.
I always worry about those dog piles you see in the middle of the infield, especially in college and high school baseball. Everybody runs out on the field and piles on the pitcher that's on the mound as the game is won. And man, you got cleats down there. You got guys getting their arms bent underneath them, all kinds of crazy things. Celebration's tougher than the game sometimes.
One of the Grammaticas, wasn't it? After a game-winning field goal, blew out his knee or ankle. Ooh. 1-1 on Hill. Duke is 24, 6'2", 220 pounds. And a good block by Ronnie Paulino. He's done a nice job throwing out base stealers, 7 for 12, but he has 2 passed balls and 4 errors. So the good and the bad back of the plate. That was not an easy pitch to block.
Yeah, he reads the ball in the dirt initially. When he sees it blocked right out in front of the plate, he holds up.
That's a fair ball, and for Hill, it's his first hit of the year. PA scampering toward third, and Hill's hustling, and he is not going to be thrown out. The ball got by. PA to the plate. He scores standing. Rich Hill took a chance with 2 outs, and it paid off. We hope he's okay. Maybe a little out of breath as he was hustling all the way into second, and the Cubs lead 2-0. Boy, if Sanchez catches that ball cleanly, Hill is out and the inning is over. But as it is, the inning is still alive.
Just a tardy swing here on a pitch away, puts it right down the third base stripe. Yeah, no question, PA is going to go first to third easily on this ball. You can see how far the left fielder Jason Bay has to run. The ball hits the facing of the bleacher, stayed right in front of him. Immediately came up throwing to second base. I think that surprised Rich Hill a little bit, got his heart rate going. Pretty heads-up play by Jason Bay, knowing the speed of the base runners. Doesn't even look at the runner at third. Immediately goes to second. Yeah, if Sanchez catches that ball, they're out of the inning.
Not sure how they scored it. There is an error on the play, and Soriano with a base hit. Hill is going to stop at third. And a hitting streak now at 10 for Soriano, and the Cubs, all their hits have come with 2 outs.
Soriano with a top spin line drive into left field. Obviously still not at 100% with that hamstring, because this throw to the plate gets over everybody. There's no cutoff man there for the Pirates. Fundamental mistake. However, Soriano does not advance to second base.
So it gives Terrio an opportunity. First and third. And it's low for ball 1. Ground ball, backhanded play by Bautista, and the inning is over, but the Cubs add 1. After an inning and a half, they lead 2-0. keep that inning alive. The Cubs got a run. Hey, this Sunday, May 6th, is Fidelity Investments Inspire the Future Day at Wrigley Field. Fidelity and the Cubs will be showing their support for the players of Chicago's RBI Youth League. Join Fidelity Investments this Sunday as the Cubs take on the Washington Nationals at 1:20 and help us inspire the future. Well, Rich Hill did not get an RBI. It would have been his first career RBI. They did give him his second double. So he's now 6 for 47 in his career with a double. But the run PA scored on the error by Freddie Sanchez. Now switch hitting Ryan Domit. He's red hot. 4 hits yesterday against Cincinnati. Had a double, a home run, and 2 RBIs. He's a catcher by trade. He can play first base, and they have him in right field. Xavier Nady has been day-to-day with a sprained left hamstring. He has been available to pinch hit, but has not played the field since April 21st. Domit began the year on the big league roster, but then was optioned out on April 8th. He just was recalled on Thursday as Humberto Cota was put on the DL.
He's a switch hitter, much better from the left side of the plate, but a solid hitter from both sides. They're going to have to find a place to play this young man. He was tearing it up down in AAA in his short stint down there. Saw a little bit of him last year. 16 AAA games, hit .415 with 4 doubles, 4 homers, and 20 RBI.
The 2-2 on the way is outside. Well, every time I think of his last name, I think of what Bob Brindley would do to any cold weather ballpark. Domit.
Domit.
Not Doomit, but Domit. The 3-2 pitch, and it hit him. First hit batter of the year for Rich Hill.
You don't like to see that leading off an inning, but that's something that I don't think that's going to bother Rich Hill that much. I think he needs to let opposing hitters know that he will come up and in on occasion. Domit really kind of dives in there. You can see him leading with the hands. Tried to turn away at the last instant, but got clipped on that back arm somewhere. Hitters are never real anxious to jump in against a pitcher who plunks guys from time to time. I'm not saying he should be a headhunter, hit guys intentionally, but he needs to keep hitters off that outside corner, keep them honest on the inside part of the plate, and every now and then you may clip somebody who turns into the ball the way Ryan Domit does.
So the leadoff man is on, and it's Jose Bautista, the third baseman. Big leg kick by Hill, and a curve for a strike. Bautista 0 for 5 against Hill.
Sorry, Len. I see that first curveball coming in there to Bautista.
Into center. PA was playing pretty deep. He comes in and has it.
I think to myself, Michael Barrett, when you're catching a guy like Rich Hill who's got that big curveball, such a tremendous break on the curveball, you need to warn the home plate umpire. It's been a while since Eddie Montague has seen Rich Hill, probably back to last season. I'm sure he had the plate for one of Rich's games, but just remind that home plate umpire, don't give up on that curveball. It's going to break late and it's going to break a long distance. Just give the guy a heads up if you have any kind of a trick pitch that the umpire needs to be made aware of. I used to always tell the umpire, man, you're lucky today. This guy's been on top of his game. His stuff is good. Everything's working well. You're going to love this game. It was true once or twice.
Well, in his 32nd year, I'm sure Ed Montague has heard a lot of sales pitches from various catchers.
You're right.
Ed Montague's father, Ed Sr., was a player for the Cleveland Indians and later a scout for the Giants and was credited with signing Willie Mays. And a rough start, to say the least, for Adam LaRoche.
Power numbers have been good. You see the 3 home runs. He also has 2 doubles. Makes up half of his 10 hits that he has here with the Buccos.
Sat on the curveball and it barely missed. LaRoche has the honor of having the lowest batting average in the major leagues among qualifiers. 10 for 80. Runner goes, and no throw from Michael. But Domet picks up his first steal, just the 8th for the Pirates.
Breaks on first movement. Rich Hill paying very little attention to Domet over there. Had a little bit of a walking lead, had his momentum going towards second base, and when Rich picked up that front foot, Domet was off and running.
Swing and a miss. So 2 down in the inning.
Boy, that's a double whammy there. You got a batter that's struggling. You got a left-handed pitcher on the mound who drops a curveball like that on you. Very little you can do there. You see LaRoche tries to make an adjustment in the middle of his swing, slow down a little bit, still gets out in front and on top of that pitch.
Now the catcher Paulino, he's hitting 8th, right in front of the pitcher spot. Domet at the bottom of your screen in scoring position. Long pause, and now Paulino asks for time. That's going to bring a visit. That's Lou. We're pretty high up here, but I tell you what, I haven't seen Lou jog out there yet. He saw something that he wanted to point out. Very quick chat with Rich Hill, and he's heading back into the dugout.
I think with the pitcher on deck, there was maybe a little indecision about the pitch he was about to throw, and rather than just go ahead and fire it in there, you know, Rich Hill had second thoughts about the pitch, so he just stood on the rubber until timeout was called. And there is a base open if he chooses to pitch around Paulino or go ahead and walk him intentionally and then go after Zach Duke.
It's a little low. Tell you what, the scoreboard here is a little different. They give you a lot of great information. But our first time in, you know, we like to locate the ball strike count, how many outs, the pitch speed. There's a lot going on right there.
Now the ball strikes outs are real tiny down there in the right hand corner.
A little discombobulated.
Way down there, yeah.
Yeah. I'm like, the count is 15-1 with 5 outs. No, wait a minute. That's RBIs. Okay. There it is. Bottom right. Everybody else changes, but the scoreboard at Wrigley stays the same, even though it's freshly painted, which looks great. But
I'll tell you another thing about the scoreboard at Wrigley. The ball strikes go up there as fast as any ballpark in baseball. I'm talking about all these ones with the high-tech computerized scoreboard. Everything's electronically operated. You can't beat those guys at Wrigley.
2-2 pitch. Little ground ball to third, charged by Ramirez. He'll throw off the back foot, and it's a strike to Derek Lee. Good start for the Cubs. They lead 2-0. plate. Hey, you can join Cubs charities, Derek Lee, Michael Barrett, Ryan Dempster, and more in finding a cure for Leber's congenital amaurosis on Saturday, May 5th. Be sure to stop by the Project 3000 booth next to the Harry Carey statue or inside the main gate at Wrigley Field to learn how you can pledge your support to fight this horrible eye disease. If you're unable to join us at Wrigley that afternoon, go to firsttouch.org as Derek rounds out to the shortstop Jack Wilson. 1sttouch.org to find out how you can help. Also, Michael Barrett wanted to point out he has an event Sunday evening at Gino's East Pizzeria. It's 7 to 9. They'll have a silent auction coming up Sunday. Proceeds will go to Derek Lee's Project 3000. They're going to have free food and drinks on Sunday night at Gino's East, and it's great to see all of Derek's teammates pitching in as well.
And you figure the catcher would have his event at a pizza parlor. That's so appropriate.
Ramirez drives it deep left center field. That ball well struck, and it's going to one hop and go out. It hits a warning track and bounces out. That's an automatic double. He found the deepest part of the park, and he's 2 for 2 tonight. That's a home run in most ballparks out in that area.
410 in that little area, just to the right of straightaway left center field. Boy, Ramirez all over that pitch. He hit that ball like he knew it was coming. Yeah, really geared up for it. That's about as hard as you'll see Ramirez swing at a pitch right there. Guessed right, got the pitch he was looking for, and one hopped it into the bleachers out there in left center. He hit that ball about 400 feet to left center field. That's going to leave most ballparks.
Derek with his 14th double in the first inning. Most doubles by a Cub in the month of April in the past 50 years. Eric Young second on that list with 11 in 2000. Now Merton, who grounded out his first time. It's low.
At this rate, he's got a great chance of leading the National League in doubles at the end of the season, something Freddie Sanchez did last year. Had 53 doubles, did the Pirates second baseman, to go along with his league leading batting average. It's a good doubles ballpark. We talked about a lot of room in the gaps. Put a ball down the lines, the bleachers jut out there, the ball will hit the bleachers and stay in play. They don't roll down in the corners like they do at a lot of ballparks. A lot of different ways to get doubles here at PNC Park.
And the only doubles you and I will get, we have to order. Oh, not that double cheese, you know what I mean. It's low. 3 balls and a strike.
I think I know what you meant.
Make that a double.
There you go.
Yeah.
See Matt Merton hit a double here.
Cubs have 3 tonight, including 1 from their pitcher. Here comes Duke. It's not the kind of swing a hitting coach likes to see on a 3-1, a check swing.
Yeah, 3-1. It's one pitch, one location. First of all, he didn't get the pitch he was looking for. Duke threw him a breaking ball, and that's a bad location, low and away.
Gerald Perry used to be in that other dugout as the Pirates hitting coach. The 3-2. Dribble towards short. Going to be a tough play. Wilson makes it barehanded. That's an outstanding defensive gem by Jack Wilson. Any sort of bobble or hesitation, and it's an infield hit. Well, that ball was not that slowly hit. I mean, that's not an easy barehanded play.
And a long hop at that. You know, a lot of times you'll field that barehanded play at the top of the bounce before it heads back down toward the ground. That was kind of an in-between hop. About as good a play as you'll see a shortstop make on a barehanded play. Pirates defense has been pretty solid. They made an error earlier in the ball game today, but only 13 on the season.
Cubs have 6 hits already. Well, Zach Duke has given up 44 hits. This is just his 29th inning of the year. So completely different starts for Duke and Rich Hill. Rich has not given up many hits at all. Jim Colburn is a Pirates pitching coach. He's a former Cub as well. Just foul. It was close. Brian Knight was all over it at third base. Well, that's what it's like when you're 0 for 11 against a pitcher. Even the Rockets end up foul.
Just foul down the third baseline. Fastball up and in. Barrett very quick with his swing. I mentioned earlier, Duke is a guy that pitches to contact, but if he doesn't hit his spots, that contact is going to be a bad thing. We've seen a lot of very hard hit balls in the early going here. When he's hitting his spots, that's when you get the easy ground balls to your middle infielders or the lazy fly balls to the outfield, but not hitting his spots as consistently as he did last season.
Runner at third, 2 outs, but this has been a good spot for the Cubs early on with 2 outs. Did Michael think that was ball 4? Took a little step either toward first or the dugout. I'm not sure which. At any rate, it's 3-2. DeRosa would hit next. Here it comes. Fly ball left center. Coming over is his center fielder Duffy, and for the first time early on, the Cubs failed to score. They lead 2-0. Ball as we check out downtown Pittsburgh. That's the Roberto Clemente Bridge. And Rich Hill with a 2-0 lead. Bottom 3. First time he's faced Zach Duke tonight. Back to the top after the pitcher. 1-1 on Duke, a 175 hitter in his career, and 1 out of 7 here in 07. It's outside on a fastball. 2-1.
We talked about Felix Piet's at bat in the second inning with 2 outs, nobody on base. If he could reach, that would get Rich Hill out of the way. Now Rich Hill ended up getting a double.
That's over Hill. Terrio with time, and he gets Duke.
9 times out of 10 you're going to get that opposing pitcher. Chicago Cubs baseball on WCIU Channel 26. The U from Pittsburgh, PA is brought to you by refreshingly smooth Bud Light. Always worth it.
Great to have you with us tonight. And we certainly want to echo the comments of Cubs president John McDonough in a statement yesterday. Lou Piniella, we pass along our sympathies to the family of Josh Hancock, the entire Cardinals organization. And as most people know, it's not the first time that this sort of tragedy has struck the Cardinals. Darryl Kyle died while the team was in Chicago in 2002. Cardinals back in action tonight in Milwaukee, and they trail 3-0 in the top of the third inning. We have not received any information at this point when the game will be made up in St. Louis. But it really isn't that important right now. The funeral is scheduled for Thursday in Mississippi. And the Cardinals are expected to all fly down to Mississippi for the services. 1-2 the count on Duffy, and make it 1-3 as he strikes out. Number 2 for Rich Hill.
Rich Hill appears to have that big curveball working well tonight. He struggled with his command of it in his last outing, but consistently dropping it in there in the bottom part of the strike zone. Too close to take, tough to hit.
Busted bat base hit for Jack Wilson. Speaking of broken bats, there was a playful exchange in the Cubs clubhouse before the ball game. The Cubs took some extra hitting today. I guess Ted Lilly got in on the action, and he used one of Mark DeRosa's bats, and he broke it.
Oh, not good.
And Mark was asking Ted about it. I was actually chatting with Lilly at the time, and they were across the clubhouse with about 10, 11 players, all the writers. And Mark made a comment to Ted about the bat, and Ted said, it's over there. Yeah, I've got the handle and the barrel. Mark goes, you just want to announce it to everybody? Ted Lilly broke my bat, okay?
I think I told the story last year when we came in here. I was playing for the San Francisco Giants, and we had a backup outfielder, pinch hitter supreme by the name of Joel Youngblood. And Joel Youngblood lived for those pinch hit opportunities late in the ball game. An occasional spot start, maybe once every couple of weeks. And he would spend all his free time getting bats ready. He would go through a whole box of bats and pick out 1 or 2. He would write XXX on the handle of them. Those were his XXX game bats. Don't mess with my game bats. And after a particularly rough at bat over at Old Three River Stadium, as ground ball hit up the middle, DeRosa is going to take the course of second. We'll finish this next half.
All right, more on Joel Youngblood when we continue. 2-0. Temperature in the upper 60s. And I'm knocking on wood. There's no rain in sight. It seems like every time we come to Pittsburgh, we see at least some sprinkles. Thunderstorms tomorrow, just in case you're wondering.
Maybe.
Maybe.
Or maybe not.
DeRosa taps toward the shortstop. Another barehanded play and another out. Jack Wilson threw his entire body into that toss. He ended up on the grass, sprawled out as he made the play.
Stop it. Probably had time to glove that ball and throw on to first. This one hit a little bit harder, but once again, a great barehanded play by a shortstop. You don't see shortstops make this barehanded play very often. We've seen Jack Wilson do it twice in one ball game.
In the last 2 innings, in fact.
Okay, so Joe Youngblood's got this XXX game bat ready to go. He's boned it. He's rubbed rosin into the grooves of the bat. This thing is pine tarred just perfectly. It's ready to go. Game 7 of the World Series, 9th inning pinch hit. You know, this is the bat that's going to go in the trophy case, go to Cooperstown if he ever gets a big hit. It's sitting in the bat rack down the tunnel. I struck out, came back to the bench, and there was probably about a 15-foot hallway. And I threw my bat down the hallway, and unfortunately, it happened to hit Joel's XXX gamer.
Oh, no.
And snapped the handle off. And I didn't realize it at the time as PA grounds out to second base. But Joel was not a happy camper after the ball game, and I had to apologize profusely and just hope for the best. And fortunately, it gave Joel something to do while he sat on the bench for the next couple of ball games. He got another XXX game already, but boy, that's something you don't want to do. Break a position player's XXX game bat.
But you also, when you snap, you don't want to think about whose bat am I going to break. So, it's not like you really think about snapping.
That's one of those things, though, you kind of learn your lesson over the course of your career. I'm not doing that anymore. Oh, I'm not doing that anymore. I'm going to make sure that if I lose my temper, I'm not going to break anybody else's stuff. I'll break my own stuff. Of course, the bottom line is, don't lose your temper, but
easier said than done.
Absolutely.
So you threw the bat. You didn't
you just kind of helicoptered the bat down the tunnel. Yeah.
This pitch was a little too close for Rich Hill's taste. With a glance at Zach Duke. Outside, 3 balls, 2 strikes.
Well, unlike the other 8 hitters in the lineup, Rich Hill can do something about it if he so chooses.
Got him looking. First 1-2-3 inning for Zach Duke. Still 2-0 Cubs. Lower half of the fourth inning. And a good start as Rich Hill with a strike on Jason Bay. Bay is 0 for 7 with 4 strikeouts against Hill. Very dangerous hitter. But he's going to be thrown out by Ryan Theriot. Talked in the open about the Cubs rotation. They can stay on the 4-man track for now. Angel Guzman originally was going to come up and pitch tomorrow, but he stays at AAA Iowa. He'll pitch for the Iowa Cubs tomorrow, and sounds like he's going to be back up here and will start on Sunday against the Nationals, as Lou wanted him to make his first start this year at home as opposed to on the road. And it also gives the Cubs a chance to split up Hill and Lilly. Now, Angel has started before. That was last year, but began the year in the Cubs bullpen. Jason Marquis will pitch on Wednesday. He's coming off back-to-back wins against his former team, the St. Louis Cardinals, and he got his World Series ring on Saturday. Got a nice reaction. That's a fair ball for Domit. And that ball ended up under the gate, so it's a double. A call from the third base umpire, Brian Knight.
Third double in 16 at bats for Ryan Domit. Looks like Rich Hill's base hit earlier, right down the stripe, and you see it just wedges underneath that gate down there. Soriano did the right thing, came over, raised his hands in the air, got the umpire to come out and take a look that the ball was indeed stuck. If you start trying to dig that ball out of there and can't do it successfully, Domit just keeps running around the bases.
Just to follow up, Jason got a nice reaction from the crowd in St. Louis when he got his ring, from his former teammates as well. And Jason also said yesterday that he ran into Josh Hancock after Saturday's game. And Marquis was quoted yesterday saying that Josh Hancock will, quote, always be in my heart. Here's a pitch. Swung on and missed. And as you know, Bob, especially today, Josh Hancock was with several different organizations. Freddie Sanchez was a teammate of his in the Boston organization. So there were a lot of people around baseball who had played with, who had managed, who had coached the Cardinals reliever.
And not to mention all the fans that Josh Hancock came into contact with on a personal level. And certainly is a sad day for everybody who knew Josh Hancock.
Peter Chase, the Cubs director of media relations, was with the Red Sox. And it's such a fraternity, the entire baseball world mourning the death of Hancock. Popped up, DeRosa's out, and he has a nice over-the-shoulder catch. And that's out number 2 here in the fourth.
Quarterback at Penn in college probably threw some balls like this to some of his wide receivers. Just lay it out there and let the receiver run underneath it. Mad Merton was still a good ways away from that pop-up. Don't believe he would have had any play at all. So DeRosa just goes out, makes a nice over-the-shoulder catch.
Well, speaking of quarterbacks, and here's LaRoche. Brady Quinn, I was feeling for him the other day. We had a nice chat with him as he sang the 7th inning stretch. And he waited and waited and waited. Eventually ended up with a team he wanted to go to all along, but much later in the first round than he thought. He's with Cleveland. Base hit for LaRoche. And Domit will score the first Pirates run. It's now 2-1. Just the 3rd hit of the year and 20 tries against lefties for Adam LaRoche.
LaRoche has such a relaxed approach at the plate, almost like he's asleep up there in the batter's box, but this time really pulls the trigger when he gets a pitch he likes. Drives it out there into shallow center field for a base hit, driving home the first run of the game for the Pirates.
Right out in front of the plate. Hill got off the mound quickly. Fires to first, and Paulino and the Pirates are done. But they do get a run, and the lead is now down to 1. Elvis Costello and the Imposters will be at the House of Blues, Chicago, Wednesday, May 9th, part of the Bud Light Concert Series. Tickets are available by logging on to the House of Blues website, HOB.com, at the House of Blues box office, or you can call Ticketmaster 312-559-1212. Elvis Costello and his band, the Imposters, at HOB Chicago. Check them out. Underway here in the 5th. 2 strikes on Soriano. 10-game hitting streak. He singled in the 2nd. 1 for 2 on the night. Shank foul. Still 2 strikes. Oh, happy birthday to our producer, Pete Tillman. Spending it here in Pittsburgh with the Cubs as they lead 2-1, and Soriano strikes out.
Oh, they're really up. The city lit up tonight. Yeah. I thought I heard Pete say something about that last year. If he had a choice of any city in baseball to spend his birthday, I thought he said Pittsburgh would be the one.
Well, he's a Pennsylvania guy.
Yep.
He likes it here way out west.
West PA.
There's a strike. Here comes a 1-1 to Terrio. It's inside. Well, when this country was just started, this was way out west.
Way out
right?
west. The wild, wild west.
It is funny, depending on what part of the country you visit. I've been out west, Phoenix, L.A. They say, where do you live? Chicago. Oh, that's way east, right? Well, it's the Midwest. But everything out there east of the Rockies is the East.
Everything's relative. It all depends on your perspective. Where are you looking at? I mean, Hawaii is really way west. But most people wouldn't associate Hawaii with the wild, wild west.
Runner at first with one out. Here's the pitch to Derek Lee. Swing and a miss. All right, I've had this argument. Because we live in the Midwest, I will say out east, out west. But I've had people say, no, it's only back east.
Back east.
Because of how the United States began. But we're Midwesterners, so I can say out east. It's out east, out west. Fouled off. If you have a thought on that, send us an email at lenandbob@AOL.com. What's your thought?
Over there. You live over there. That's the East Coast.
There are some who claim it's only back east and out west. Whereas I guess if you grew up in California, maybe you would say back west.
So confusing. Geography was always tough for me.
Now you wouldn't say down north. As Terrio runs, there's a ground ball back to Duke. He's going to throw to second. Safe. They do get an out at first. So no out at second, but they do get Lee at first. So Terrio running, they stay out of the double play.
That's why you start the runner in that particular situation, to stay away from the double play. Hopefully it opens some holes in the infield for Derek Lee to try to shoot through. And if Zach Duke doesn't make that play, that ball probably does get through the right side. Sanchez was breaking to cover the bag on Terrio. You can see standing right on the bag, takes the throw from Zach Duke. If that ball gets past Duke, it might sneak through that right side.
So another scoring opportunity for the Cubs. They would love to add some insurance, leading by just one now. And a big swing by Aramis. Came up empty. 2 strikes on him.
Similar to the big swing he took back in the 3rd inning when he doubled to deep left center field.
The Cubs are 2 for 5 with men in scoring position tonight. The pitch, it's away. 1-2. Each team has stranded 4. The Pirates with 1 error help the Cubs get a run. Just off the outside corner on a heater. 79th pitch for Zach Duke.
It's easy to say after the fact. Aramis has 2 base hits and an RBI already in this ball game, but boy, does he look locked in at the plate right now. Apparently seeing that ball quickly out of the pitcher's hand. Knows whether he wants to swing or not, if the ball's going to be in the strike zone or not.
Broke his bat, and it's been a busy night for Jack Wilson. Cubs leave 1. Halfway home tonight. Cubs 2, Pirates 1. Chuck Tanner, the manager of the We Are Family Pirates back in 1979, taking in the ball game tonight. 2-1, bottom 5. Pitcher against pitcher. Swing and a miss by Zach Duke. 1 ball, 2 strikes.
Got the flip downs on. See, that's a prepared fielding fan right there.
And foul tipped into the glove. That's a strikeout. Well, that fan enjoyed our Pepsi lineup tonight. And he'll enjoy this. Tonight's Honda Civic game summary. Ramos Ramirez, a former Pirate, loves hitting in this ballpark. Felix P.A. with a single and a run. And Rich Hill with stellar work once again tonight. Ryan Domit continues his hot streak for the Pirates. And Zach Duke has settled in as well. The Honda Civic game summary. Get performance and save gas. Test drive a new Civic at your Honda dealer today.
For the second time in the ball game, Rich Hill able to retire Zach Duke leading off an inning. Back in the third, he grounded to short. Here in the fifth, he strikes out to lead off the inning. I think about that because the Steelers drafted a punter this past week, and I heard him talking to some representatives from the organization. They said so much of the game nowadays is field position. As Rich Hill is going to retire Duffy at first base. And, you know, in an odd kind of way, that's what you talk about, the way the lineup rolls over. It's all about field position. If you can consistently have the bottom guys in the order coming up, leading off an inning, you can get a couple of quick outs, and it makes it much tougher for a lineup to score runs when you roll around to the top of the order with already 1 out or 2 outs in an inning. Rich Hill with good field position in this game tonight. He's retired the pitcher leading off an inning twice.
And Michael Barrett at spring training talked about possession, time of possession. Quick innings with your pitcher on the mound and long innings when you're at the plate. The inning the other day against the Cardinals, a 7-run fifth, was so long that Jock Jones didn't even realize he was batting in the same inning. He had a double and then a 3-run triple. Popped up by Jack Wilson, and it's going to get back out of play. Did you have any Bill Cowher sightings today?
No Bill Cowher sightings. Took a quick walk, and Cowher's no longer the head coach here, so I guess I'm no longer in favor.
Yeah. I guess he's joining our field of work. So when he does, everyone's going to say, you're Bob Brenly, right?
Yeah.
I'm sure Chuck Tanner still gets stopped on the street all the time. Everybody remembers 79. That's picked clean, and a nice catch by Ramirez to end the inning. Nice 1-2-3 frame. The first for Rich Hill. Cubs as they seek their 4th consecutive win. Swing and a miss by Matt Merton. That is 0 for 2. And he hits his 3rd ground ball of the night.
Yeah, unfortunately, Matt Merton has been kind of the lost guy in the outfield through the early going this year. Cubs have seen a lot of right-handed starting pitching, so Cliff Floyd and Jock Jones have been getting a lot of the playing time. Merton not as selective as he has been at the plate, and that's certainly understandable. When you don't get to play regularly, and every time you do get an opportunity to play, you feel like you want to make something happen, and probably a little overly aggressive at the plate, swinging at pitchers' pitches.
Yeah, just like that, 2 outs. As Duke starts to settle in. Time to have a ball with our friends at the Illinois Lottery. The pierogi race. They have the sausages in Milwaukee, the pierogies in Pittsburgh. The bespeckled pierogi.
That's Oliver Onion with the win today. His 4th win of the young season. He's by far leading that race.
Oliver Onion.
Oliver Onion.
DeRosa trying to extend his hitting streak. He's at 10, his career best 11. So he would tie it with a hit tonight. And he drives it into right, but it holds up for Domit. And Zach Duke through 6 has allowed just 2 runs, but he trails 2-1. We get started in the bottom of the 6th with the Cubs up 2-1. Single tallies in the first 2 innings. The Pirates with their run in the 4th. Mentioned earlier, Sanchez began the year on a disabled list with a right knee sprain. He's battled a sore left wrist and right eye irritation as well. That's that trademark hit that you talked about earlier. As Sanchez goes the other way. It's 2 out of 3.
Now he will pick his spots in certain counts and certain game situations. He'll look to jerk a ball to left field on occasion, but this is his more natural swing. Rich Hill tries to come inside with a fastball pretty much right down the middle of the plate. See the hands come through the hitting zone first. The barrel lags behind and drives that ball to the opposite field.
And it gives Bay a chance with a runner on. Bill fires to first. Sanchez not too far off. Bay with 100 career home runs, 99 as a Pirate. The other one was as a San Diego Padre. He was drafted by the Expos and has been with 4 organizations. That's really amazing when you think about how good Jason Bay is. It took 4 organizations before he found one that was going to play him every day. And he is one of the elite hitters in the National League. The 1-1 pitch. He missed it 1-2.
You know, that's your first assumption, is that, well, they didn't like him enough to play him every day. But the reality is he was probably stuck behind some guys who were established players in the outfield, and it wasn't fair to him to bring him up to the major leagues and be a part-time player, so he constantly was on that shuttle.
It's caught by DeRosa, and the throw back to first is tardy.
We talk about it all the time. If you happen to be a first baseman in the Cubs organization right now, well, you can put up good numbers in the minor leagues, but there's really nowhere to go, at least in the foreseeable future, with Derek Lee over there, as DeRosa makes a nice play on that soft liner, throws back to first in the hopes that Sanchez has strayed too far. It doesn't mean you're not a good player. It just means you're in the wrong organization right now. Think about all those years shortstops in the Baltimore Orioles organization playing behind Cal Ripken. You better find a new position or a new team, because you got nowhere to go.
Well, the other thing is, teams that trade good young players, it's not as if those teams have decided that those players can't play. It's that they have a specific need. And then you just kind of wait and see what happens. A change of scenery can often help. Ground ball. Ramirez will go to second. The relay throw from DeRosa in time. They go around the horn. And that gets Hill out of the 6th inning. On to the 7th from PNC Park. It's 2-1 Cubs. The Cubs right now, even though their numbers wouldn't indicate that, that's because the Pirates have won the close games and they've lost the blowout games, as PA is thrown out by Bautista, trying to run his way on to start the 7th inning. And conversely, the Cubs, they have lost the close games, but in games decided by 3 or more, they're 9-5.
3 runs seems to be that magic number. Usually it's right around 4 for most ball clubs. If you score more than 4, you're going to win. If you score fewer than 4, you're probably going to lose, depending on the strength of your pitching staff and how good your defense is. But 4 is usually the magic number.
He'll flail to that pitch, 2 strikes. His average has gone up 83 points tonight. Started at 0. Going to go down after that swing and miss. This year, when you can't be at home to watch the Cubs on TV, check out MLB.tv. You can watch every out-of-market game of the season live online, even when you're traveling. This year, live radio broadcasts are included with a subscription to MLB.tv. For more details, visit Cubs.com, where baseball is always on. Well, the Cubs scored twice early and had chances to get more against Zach Duke, but he has really shut him down the last few innings. It kicks off the mound and into center for the second hit for Soriano. And the one thing we have noticed is that everything's happened with 2 outs, so maybe that's a good sign.
You know, Ryan Theriot likes to see this. Alfonso Soriano coming up with a big 2-out base hit. He'll be camped over there at first base. Adam LaRoche will have to hold him on. Theriot has another hole to shoot for in that infield.
Duke's going to check on Soriano. Alfonso's 2 for 2 in the stolen base department. He has been picked off a couple times. And another throw. Getting help from Matt Sinatra, the first base coach.
We haven't really seen Soriano turn it on since returning from the hamstring injury. A couple times he's gone first to third on the bases or scored from second base, but really didn't have to air it out. A little bit of a lean towards second base. That could be a decoy. The good base runners will get out there and try to make that pitcher believe they're going to run, and then when they are going to run, they try to make you believe they're not going to. That time Soriano had a little bit of a lean towards second base.
He still hasn't thrown a pitch to Theriot. There's the first one, and it's outside. 1-0 Ontario. Probably going to see Cesar Izturis getting a start at short tomorrow night. It'll be Ted Lilly against Tony Armas. Just got away from Paulino, but Soriano holding it first. 2-0.
Izturis with ridiculous numbers against Armas tomorrow night. 7 for 12. That's .583 batting average. That's what we were talking about earlier, trying to pick your spots to get your guys in there. Certainly tomorrow would seem to be a logical time for Izturis to get the start.
Jim Colburn yelling words of encouragement to his left-hander, who does not want to face Derek Lee. 3-1.
Well, this is where just the threat of speed over there at first base has altered this ball game a little bit. Duke falling behind 3-0 to Ryan Theriot because he's so overly concerned with Soriano over there at first base.
And he will face Derek Lee. I figure we're going to see some action in the Pirates' pen. Jonah Bayless, a right-hander, is up. And one thing Lou talked about over the weekend that he wanted to see some improvement was in the walk department. Cubs came in 14th in the league in walks, so he's looking for a little more patience. And Theriot tonight with the 2 free passes.
I think not only the walks, I mean, certainly walks are a good thing, but you know, just getting yourself in better hitting counts as well.
And in fact, in his conversation with the hitters, he did not tell them, I want you to walk more. He said, swing at strikes. Having a better approach at the plate, and as a result of that, you'll take your walks on occasion.
When we had Gerald Perry on some of our telecasts from spring training, he talked about his philosophy was to attack the strike zone, and if it's not in the strike zone, those are pitches you hopefully will lay off of.
That sends Wilson to his left, spinning and throwing, and a bouncer, and LaRoche can't get it. Everybody's safe. The bases are loaded. That's a hit for Derek Lee.
A tough long hop pick for Adam LaRoche over there at first base, who is very quickly becoming the target of boo birds here at PNC Park for a slow offensive start. Another nice play by Jack Wilson up the middle of the field. Doesn't even look to second base. He's going to first the whole way. He knows Derek Lee had the longest distance to run. That was his best chance to get the out, and if LaRoche comes up with the pick, they probably do get the out over there at first base. Soriano perhaps thinking he should have scored. If he would have just kept coming around third base, that ball got far enough away from LaRoche, he probably would have been able to score.
So Jim Tracy has taken the ball from Zach Duke, and he's going to go with his right-hander Jonah Bayless. Bases loaded. We'll be back. For our Bud Light fan cam from Pittsburgh, a new twist on a great Billy Idol track. Dancing with Myself, cool remake by Nouvelle Vague. Tonight's Bud Light fan cam, always worth it. Swing and a miss by Aramis Ramirez. Every corner on the block is occupied at the moment. 3 on with 2 down. Jonah Bayless is a new pitcher.
A couple of wins out of the bullpen for the Pirates. His first one of the season. He threw 1 pitch back on the 3rd of April against the Astros, got the victory.
The only other time these two guys met up, Ramirez took a walk. Good rip, 2 strikes.
Ramirez got a good pitch to hit up there in the zone. Bayless started with a changeup. First pitch, tries to come back with a fastball. Doesn't fool Ramirez at all. He just missed that one.
Big spot as the Cubs try to bust it open. Their advantage is only 1 run. Here it is. Fastball that time, not too much off the plate. 1-2.
Boy, for Ramirez, crazy numbers with the bases loaded in his career. 356 average, 6 grand slams. Boy, he is locked in tonight. I mean, even his foul balls, he's right on everything. I'm sure that's why Jim Tracy made the change when he did. He saw that the swings that Ramirez had against Zach Duke, he wasn't getting fooled at all, getting a real good look at Zach Duke's pitches, so decides to go to the right-hander with this bases loaded situation.
A 1-2 on the way, even up 2 apiece. And when you're locked in like Aramis is, not only with your swing, but just pitch recognition, knowing what a strike is and what a ball is. The 2 pitches he has looked at weren't that far off the plate. 2-2 now. In the air, not deep. Bay coming in. Now holding up. And the Cubs leave them stranded. Stretch time for Pittsburgh, still 2-1.
Two to 1 lead into the bottom half of the 7th inning. He's thrown only 79 pitches up to this point of the ball game. He'll face the 6, 7, 8 hitters in the Pirates lineup. Jose Bautista, the third baseman, will lead it off. Adam LaRoche will follow, and then Ronnie Paulino, the catcher, and then the pitcher spot. We'll see what Jim Tracy chooses to do in that 9-hole.
So still 2-1. And a strike. Oh, how you doing?
That's a long run, isn't it?
Yeah. Yeah, it is. A cavernous press box, and we're at one end, and the facilities are at the other end.
And they've actually moved us a couple booths further away from the facilities this year. They really want to test us.
Well, that was a good test. And we're right here. But again, I'll never complain about how high we are here because of the view. It's just a fabulous view across the river. It's a postcard is what it is. Fouled back.
See the skyline of the city. We can see 3 bridges from our vantage point here besides the Roberto Clemente Bridge. Boat traffic up and down the river on a sunny afternoon, and nothing quite like it.
And as our associate producer Mark Brady just whispered in my ear, I love a good confluence. Nothing like 3 rivers. You don't get that very often. Wirtz is a righty, Ullman the lefty. By the way, the other night, the reason Bob Howery wasn't used in the 8th inning is his back had acted up as Bautista takes the first walk issued by Rich Hill tonight. He was moving his grill on the off day. His back was barking, and that's why we saw Michael Wirtz come back out. We saw Will Ullman, and then we saw Ryan Dempster. Well, Neil Kotz worked as well in that inning. And Ryan Dempster got probably the most impressive save of his career. Yeah, Ullman worked in the 7th. Wirtz finished up that inning, came back out in the 8th, and Kotz hit a batter. Dempster got out of it. So Howery is available. In fact, the bullpen's in pretty good shape. Popped up by LaRoche. Michael gives it a look, and it's out of play.
That's been one steadying influence on the early going this year is the fact that the starting pitching has consistently gotten into the middle or into the deeper parts of the ball game. You haven't really had a lot of outings where the starter gets knocked out early and you're forced to go to that bullpen early and often. You have a couple of back-to-back starts where your starter doesn't get out of the 3rd inning. That can really wreak havoc on the bullpen and force an organization to make some moves to the minor leagues to get some healthy arms.
One and two on LaRoche, who was involved in the Mike Gonzalez deal with the Atlanta Braves in January. Swing and a miss. So the Bluebirds out again, letting LaRoche hear about it. There's Rich Hill with a big strikeout.
Anytime an organization makes a deal for a new player, the fans want to see immediate results. Adam LaRoche was a real good hitter in his days with the Atlanta Braves, a very consistent hitter, and just can't seem to get it going in the early going this year. Now, Rich Hill will do that to a left-handed hitter.
Right at the plate, that's foul. Paulino nothing for 2. Big Brad Eldred is in the on-deck circle. Pitch count still no problem for Hill. Slide step outside. That was pitch number 91 for Hill. Matt Capps up for the Pirates. Too low, ball 2, 2-1. There goes the runner. Bautista got a great jump. Deep left center. Soriano won't get to it, and we're going to be tied. As Bautista scores, and Ronnie Paulino knocks in the game-tying run.
I'll tell you, Len, what we saw of Ronnie Paulino last season, I really felt he was going to be an offensive force in this game for a long time. A catcher that could hit for power, drive the ball into the gaps like he does here. Has had a slow start to the season offensively, but ties this ball game up with a ringing double to the gap in left center, chasing Bautista all the way around from first base. He was on the move on the pitch. Scores easily.
Only hit .310 last year. That was a pretty big hit. Tying it up, and here's Brad Eldred. He's pinch hitting for Bayless. Last time we were tied, it was right at the start of the ball game. The Cubs got a run in the first inning. They have not trailed tonight. They have seen their 2-0 lead vanish.
Leadoff walk to Batista to start this bottom half of the 7th inning, and Rich Hill just seems to be struggling a little bit with his command here in this inning. He had been so good through the first 6, did not walk a batter, rarely was behind in the count. But Ronnie Paulino may have been guessing curveball or thinking curveball anyway, and he got one. Middle of the thighs, big, powerful swing, drives that ball in the gap in left center.
Right now he's trying to keep that runner at second base. Foul tipped into the glove. So Eldred will head back to the dugout. Both the outs in this inning have been strikeouts. And it's up to Chris Duffy.
We'll probably get up near the century mark sometime during this at bat to Chris Duffy, unless Duffy happens to put one of the first couple pitches in play.
And with a fully stocked bullpen, the guess here would be if Duffy gets on, Lou might make a change. He's hoping Hill can get through this inning. Hill came in 4th in the National League in earned run average. In fact, 4 of the top 10 guys will pitch in this series, and 3 are Cubs. Ted Lilly, Jason Marquis, 9th and 10th respectively. Ian Snell is 5th with a 159. He'll pitch on Wednesday. Marquis at 235, Lilly at 218. A 1-1. That's a strike.
Should Duffy get the ball to the outfield, it'll be an interesting play at the plate. Ronnie Paulino does not run well out there at second base, not getting much of a lead. Merton probably playing deeper than the other 2 outfielders, respecting Duffy's pull power if he happens to go to right field. But PA in center, Soriano in left, cheating in a little bit each. And we know PA has a cannon for an arm out there in center field.
Hill gets a sign from Barrett. And the 2-2 pitch from Hill. It's full, 3-2. Called strike 3. That gets Hill out of the inning. All the outs were punch outs. The Pirates have tied it on the Paulino double. It's 2-2 to the 8th. run. We've seen some feistiness out of Rich tonight. Took a glance at Zach Duke on an inside pitch when Hill was at the plate, and there's a lot of intensity there. He doesn't show it a lot on the mound, but he has gotten off to a terrific start. And the Cubs need some runs here late to try to win it. Got to get at least one. They're tied 2-2, and here's Matt Capps.
Capps has been outstanding in the early going this season. Opponent's batting only 178 against him. He's made 7 straight scoreless appearances and only given up runs, however, in 1 of his 14 appearances.
Blues sticking with Matt Merton against a right-hander as we start the 8th. He's got some left-handed thump on the bench. Jones, Floyd, and Ward. Another ground ball off Merton's bat. Good play on the short hop by Bautista, and he throws him out. This is as much emotion as we've probably ever seen from Rich Hill.
I bet it all goes back to the leadoff walk to Jose Bautista, the only walk in the ball game up to this point by Rich Hill, and then he bounced back, struck out the side. However, Ronnie Paulino sandwiched that double in there to drive home the leadoff walk.
Michael Barrett shoots it into right for his first hit.
Hey, Cub fans, as long as Michael Barrett's camped on first base this Saturday, May 5th, the Cubs host the Washington Nationals at 12:05. The first 20,000 fans will receive a scratch and win card, and 500 random winners will receive a Rawlings official baseball autographed by the catcher Michael Barrett, compliments of Gatorade. Fans are encouraged to hold on to their cards for second chance drawings throughout the game because we all need a second chance. For complete rules, visit Cubs.com.
It's a very nice autograph by Michael. DeRosa skies it down along the right field line. Dome it on the move, but it's out of play.
DeRosa's been good in the late inning situation so far this year. His last time up, he hit a screaming line drive to dome it out there in right field. He's looking to find a hole here, break through, and get his first knock of the game.
Well, the one thing Matt Capps does extremely well is throw strikes. Just 12 walks in almost 81 innings last year. Barrett running, and a foul by DeRosa. Cubs trying to play a little hit and run.
A lot of people mistakenly assume that you only hit and run with fast runners on base, and nothing could be further from the truth. Sometimes the best time to hit and run is when you have slow speed at first and slow speed at the plate. The idea is to stay out of the double play. The fast guys are probably going to stay out of the double play if they're the hitter at the plate. It's the guys that don't run quite so well that you want to get that runner in motion.
Past the pitcher, but he slowed it down, and they get the out anyways. Sanchez throws out DeRosa. It'll go 1-4-3. A runner at second, 2 outs in the inning. Michael walking that off. Didn't really see the slide. Hope he's all right.
We've seen Jack Wilson make a couple of nice barehanded plays at shortstop. This time it's the second baseman Freddie Sanchez coming over, fielding the carom. Does go to the glove hand, but gets rid of it quickly just in time to get DeRosa at first. That's a do-or-die play right there. I don't even know if he had a good grip on that baseball before flipping on to first base, but just enough to get it over there and get DeRosa.
Just at the edge of your screen, you could see Michael go in maybe a little late. Seemed to land awkwardly, but he's all right. So it's PA batting with 2 outs. Fly ball to right. Dome it. Coming over. And it's foul.
Now, there's no question you can hurt yourself as a runner going from first to second when in your mind you're thinking about breaking up a double play. and then suddenly the play isn't at second base. You start your slide late. You're going after that middle infielder, trying to make sure he can't relay a throw on to first base. Watch as Barrett comes in here. He's not sure where the play is going to be. He was ready to roll into the shortstop, Jack Wilson, and at the last second, Wilson just kind of stood up. There was no play at second, and Michael got caught in between sliding and trying to go in standing up.
The 0-1 to PA is a strike. Darrell Ward is on deck. Darrell Ward, the only player to reach the river in the air, the Allegheny. It was back in 2002 when he was with the Astros. Eventually he would play with the Pirates. 0-2 pitch, a little bit inside. PA tried to sell it and got the call. And he backed off the plate. He was pretty close to the plate, and Ed Montague thought it was a bit inside.
Not a lot of tail on that fastball. That was the main difference. We've seen Greg Maddux throw that same pitch at off the body sinker to a lefty, freeze him, and then get the ball to tail back over the inside corner. Cap threw more of a four-seamer right there that held its line and stayed inside.
Cubs trying to win a close ball game, something they did to start this trip on Friday. Kick and a 1-2. Ground ball. Sanchez down on a knee. And that gets Caps out of the inning with no damage done. Cubs lead one. Still 2-2. High definition broadcast schedule brought to you by Comcast. High def on Friday, May 4th against the Nationals. 1 o'clock for the airtime on WGN Sports. Sunday, series finale also on WGN, and then the Cubs and these Pirates. Tuesday night from the friendly confines, May 8th on WCIU Channel 26. Cubs baseball in HD, sponsored by Comcast. Jock Jones now playing right. And he will bat ninth, which means he'll lead off the ninth inning. And Michael Wirtz will be inserted into the sixth spot, vacated by Matt Merton. Well, baby, the Cubs the only bullpen in the major leagues without a win. Be nice to end that tonight. They are 0-6 on the season. Right back to Wirtz. Jack Wilson 0 for 6 in his career against Wirtz. The starters 10-7, the relievers 0-6. So seeking that first victory. John Graybo's the southpaw for the Pirates. Pushed Sanchez off the plate on a slider that didn't bite. One and one. We want to pass along condolences to the family of Carol Haddon and the death of her mother, Ruth Stern. That's deep left field as Soriano's going back on it. Still back. He caught it. Hit well by Sanchez, but Soriano caught up to it.
Turned it into a nice running catch out there at the warning track right in front of the 378 mark. Kind of a galloping gait as he went after that ball. Crashes up against the fence after making the catch. Still looks like he's favoring that hamstring a little bit. Just not gliding on the ball the way we saw Felix Piet do earlier in the ball game.
One strike on the eerily quiet Jason Bay. 0 for 3 tonight. High drive. That's deep. Jones is back near the 375 and a home run. Yep, Jason Bay's the kind of guy who doesn't have many quiet nights, and he just gave the Pirates a 3-2 lead. And that is his 100th career home run as a Pirate, number 101 in his career. And it's a go-ahead homer.
I think the reason for the eerie quiet that you talked about with Jason Bay was the fact that Rich Hill was making real good pitches on him his first 3 at bats of this ball game. That's a belt high slider up and out over the plate. Bay, a very good high ball hitter, crushed it to the opposite field.
Yeah, I never like to see guys like that 0 for anything in a late big spot. There's another drive. As Jones is backing up, he's going to catch this one, so he retires a switch hitting Doman. But the Cubs now trail for the first time tonight, 3-2 Pirates to the ninth. opposite field home run off Michael Wirtz. We've gotten off to such a good start with little margin for error with a tie ball game late. Cubs aren't done yet. Solomon Torres is their new closer, and you see the elevated earned run average. He's had his struggles. He's 7 for 10 in save opportunities, so he's blown 3 here in the early going. And Jock Jones, who had a huge day on Saturday in the Cubs' last game, starts it. This is his first at bat tonight.
Torres has been scored upon in 6 of his last 8 games. Over 7 innings, he's given up 9 runs in those last 8 games.
Kick and the pitch. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Soriano on deck. Cubs in danger of dropping to 0-6 in 1-run decisions. Need to get somebody on, get that tying run on base.
Some guys just always have to be different. You know, Solomon Torres, the tongues of the shoes, you know, those are meant to fold down over the knot where you tie your shoelaces, and he leaves his up.
Ground ball to Jack Wilson. Pretty routine, 1 out. I was mentioning earlier, I just also, again, we wanted to pass along our sympathies to the family of Carol Haddon. Her mother, Ruth Sterning, longtime Cub fan, recently passed away. And we know Carol watches all the time. 1 out here in the 9th, and it's Alfonso Soriano at the plate. Torres has faced the Cubs a lot, but normally as a setup guy. Now he's a Pirates closer after Mike Gonzalez got traded. The 1-0 on the way. Fly ball. Lot of room out there for Chris Duffy. 2 away. Our producer tonight, Pete Toma. Our director, Skip Ellison. Mark Brady is our associate producer. The executive producer of Cubs Baseball on the U's, Bob Borwald. Thanks as well to our stage manager in the booth, Dan Wolf, our studio coordinator back at WGN, Jeff Carrier. And our great crew. Always great to see the wonderful folks here in Pittsburgh, but we don't like seeing the fans up like they are right now. 11,437 as Ryan Theriot fouls near Mike Quaddy. I hate to waste a quality start of Rich Hill tonight. 2 runs in 7 innings. But the Cubs offense stymied by Zach Duke after they scored in the first 2. You had the feel, Bob, early that the Cubs were just going to continue to pile up base runners and get to Zach Duke, but that did not happen after the second.
Well, after that second inning, he just turned it up a notch, started hitting his spots. Through the first 2 innings, even the outs were loud outs. Cubs were really putting together some good at-bats against Zach Duke, and then he figured it out between the second and third inning.
The pitcher's record of caps and Wirtz. Inside Ontario, 3-1. You'd love to see Derek Lee get a chance. Here's a pitch. He will get an opportunity as Torres walks Theriot. 3 straight walks for Ryan. Well, remember what I said earlier. Derek would love to hit 400 in April. And he comes into the at-bat at 396.
Derek thought that breaking ball stayed up high out of the zone. Good career numbers for Derek Lee against Solomon Torres.
Drifts inside. 1-1. And the Cubs' best hitter. And Ramirez in that department not too far behind Lee. Each guy with 2 hits tonight. 1-1 pitch. There's a drive. Deep right center for Derek Lee. Duffy catches it on the track. And that ends it. Boy, Derek really gave it a ride with Chris Duffy with a running catch. And the Cubs continue to struggle in tight games. They're now 0-6 in 1-run decisions and 1-9 in 1 or 2-run decisions. The Pirates have won a lot of these close games.
It just always seems to come down to one big base hit or one key at bat for the other ball club, and no exception in the ball game tonight. You can look back to the at bat by Jose Bautista leading off the 7th inning, the only walk of the ball game for Rich Hill. He later came around to score on a Ronnie Paulino double, and then one mistake for Michael Wirtz to Jason Bay, the game-winning home run.
So once again, the final, the Pirates beat the Cubs 3-2. Solomon